Members, please come to the chamber so we can get started in under 5 minutes. It's our final day. Let's get started on time. Thank you. Members, please come to the chamber. Members, come to the chamber. Members, come to the chamber, please, so we can make a quorum. Members, come to the chamber. The House will come to order. Members, today's prayer will be given by Representative Underwood.
Let's pray together. My Father, I thank you for all your blessings. I thank you for every member in this house. I thank you for every person represented in this great state of Alabama. It is my prayer that the time we've spent together has brought honor and glory to your name, that we have behaved in the way that you need us to be, and have been a light for the rest of the world. We know all good things, Father, come from you. We thank you for every good thing that you put in our path. And for my friends in this room, I pray blessings on them after this session, and I thank you for their service. For all good things in the kingdom, we give to you, and we thank you in Christ's name. Amen.
Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Zachary Thomas. He is representing Alabama Rare today, and it's his 15th birthday.
Thank you.
And the Zachary Thomas Newborn Screening Act of HB 77 is named in his honor as being signed today. He is a guest of Representative Fiddler.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, for one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
Happy birthday. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Almond, Baker, Bedsoe, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brinyark, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dearbose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hendricks, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Lamb, Lands, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shed, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, Sodhagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Witt, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
56 members have an answer roll. A quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. Mr. Clerk, let's pull the first bill out of the basket. HB 113. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Mr. Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
All in favor say aye. All opposed? So ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 29th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 29th legislative day be dispensed with.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. No. Clerk, pull the first bill out of the basket. HB 113.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 113.
The chair recognizes the Representative Drummond from Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. The Senate added one small amendment to the kindergarten bill, which is just the date. As you all know, the Representative Warren is in the hospital, and this is her kindergarten bill that she has worked countless years on. And they've moved it to 26, and she is good with the amendment, and she would like to concur, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavan of Jefferson.
Representative Warren, first of all, thank you for standing in the stead of Drummond. Thank you for standing in the stead of Representative Warren. And I just wanted to just say, to give her kudos, because she has fought the good fight for a number of years just to have her bill taken out of the basket upstairs. And so when I got the word yesterday that this bill, I think Representative Chastain, who was a former member here, came down to give the good news, and he was just so thankful unto the Lord that that bill finally got out. So I commend her and her efforts, as well as this body, for standing with one of our own members to pass a piece of legislation such as this. So that's all I had to say on it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, may I talked to Representative Warren this morning, and she wanted to extend her sincere gratitude because she said that all of her work was only on behalf of the children. And so she is so elated to finally get this bill, and she said, "Thank you, Lord, for our children. We concur."
Question for the body's concurrence. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Have all the members voted? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 yeas, 1 nay. The House concurs. Clerk will pull HB 198 out of the basket.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 198 relating to building codes.
Chair recognizes Chairman Brown from Mobile.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this does is deals with building codes in our rural areas. And what the Senate did, they just amended it to move the commercial code over to the general contractors board so that the commercial code and the universal building code could all be in the same place. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to concur.
Question for the body's concurrence with the amendment. All in favor? The clerk will lock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 99 yeas, no nays, and the House concurs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Clerk pull HB 60 from the basket.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 60 relating to the abuse of adults with disabilities.
Chair recognizes Representative Colvin from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate made a few amendments to HB 60. One was lowering the age of the adult from 19 to 18. We updated the statute of limitation language to the date of discovery, not the date of the offense. There was a technical amendment regarding the venue where it's prosecuted, and we clarified the definition of financial exploitation. I consider all to be friendly, and I move that we concur.
Question for the body is concurring with the Senate amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, no nays. The House has concurred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Clerk will pull HB 284 from the basket.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 284 relating to the Alabama GI and Dependents Educational Benefit Act.
Chair recognizes Representative Starnes from Watauga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, body. I concur with this substitute, and what it does is raise the tuition per semester hour from $250 to $400 and remove the language for the institution to use offsets and write-offs of unpaid balances. With that, Mr. Speaker, I concur.
Question for the body is to vote on the concurrence. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, no nays, and the the amendment passes.
Thank you,
Clerk, call
Mr.
the next
Speaker.
bill on the
Thanks,
calendar.
body.
HB.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. Seafood products.
Chair recognizes Chairman Brown from Mobile County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this does, this is our country of origin labeling on the seafood. And what the amendment, the Senate put on there, it just tightens the language on the country of origin and imported seafood to deal with packaging issues. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to concur.
Question for the bodies concur with the Senate amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 yeas, no nay, 1 nay. The amendment's adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Clerk will call the next bill out of the basket, HB 51.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 51 relating to sales and use tax.
Chair recognizes Representative Wilcox from Mobile.
Can y'all hear me? HB 51 is my hearing aid bill, and it has passed the Senate with a small, they had an amendment they like to put on for sunsetting them after 3 years. So even though I don't like it, I'm going to concur on that one too. So I would hope that y'all would vote in support of the concurrence.
Question for body is concurrence with the Senate amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 103 yeas, no nays. The House concurs.
That's beautiful. Thank y'all.
Clerk will call HB 172 out of the basket.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended has passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives.
Chair recognizes
House Bill number 172 relating to elections.
Chair recognizes Representative Chestnut of Dallas.
Yes, I apologize for my tie because I don't exactly know how to, put it on correctly yet. So, but anyway, this, there was an amendment added in the Senate. The amendment was the result of work with Google, Comcast, Broadcasters Association, and it is considered a friendly amendment. And with that, I would like to ask that we all concur.
Chair recognizes Representative Simpson of Baldwin.
I've been waiting for this one. I've been waiting for this one all year. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition. Earlier this session, and this session seems like a long time ago, we recognized Gunnar Henderson. Did you recognize Gunnar Henderson for his outstanding feats when he came in, and you recognize some of the history of Alabamians in baseball and the great history for Alabamians? Do you remember some of the names that you recognized?
Willie Mays.
Willie Mays?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
What was it? Tommy
Agee? Yeah.
Tommy Agee.
Yeah, you did. We have a great history of baseball history in Alabama. My issue with what you did is you left a number of people out. A number of people from South Alabama and specifically from Mobile.
Jermaine.
You left out, well, okay, what's this bill about? You left out Hammering Hank Aaron. Did not mention Hank Aaron. You left out Ozzie Smith. You left out Satchel Paige. You left out Billy Lee Williams. You left out Willie McCovey. There's a lot of Hall of Famers from Mobile down there. It's the city of Hall of Famers. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody had their opportunity to hear about the great baseball history of the city of Mobile.
Hold on. And I'll tell you why I didn't mention all of those folks.
I'm here for it.
Because they did not win Rookie of the Year.
Question for the body is to concur. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays, and the House has concurred with the Senate amendment. The chair would like to recognize Representative Sellers of Jefferson for a moment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Just rise to make you aware that Representative Tillman's mother-in-law passed early this morning. And at this time, we just offer a moment of, I don't like silent prayer, so I'll offer a moment of prayer, of comfort at this time. God, we thank you for the awesomeness of your presence. And Lord, we ask you to comfort the Tillman family, comfort his wife, their children. Lord, as they endure this time, Lord, we know that you are on the throne. And Lord, that they have victory even during this season. We bless you in Jesus' name.
Chair would like to take a moment and recognize Mayor Ron Morrow, the mayor of Littleville, who's with us in the gallery today, and he's the guest of Representative Jamie Keel. Please stand. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. Chair recognizes Representative Francis Holt Jones of Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully request a suspension of the rules for a time-sensitive resolution.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, clerk will receive the resolution.
This is for creating the Alabama Coastal Commercial Insurance Joint Interim Study Commission to evaluate the insurance premiums on commercial insurance on the coast.
Clerk will read the resolution.
House Joint Resolution creating the Alabama Coastal Commercial Insurance Joint Interim Study Commission. Whereas wind insurance for coastal commercial and multifamily properties has seen a substantial increase in cost over the past 2 years, and whereas the increase of cost in coastal area, and whereas coastal, commercial, and multifamily properties are becoming uninsured or underinsured or not insured at all, posing a risk to Alabama's overall economy after a significant storm. And whereas the state needs to evaluate the current risk exposure to the state and explore potential programs to provide some relief to the increasing costs of insurance on coastal, commercial, and multifamily properties, and to study the means to provide for ensuring the sustainability of any proposed program. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that there is created the Alabama Coastal Commercial Insurance Joint Interim Study Commission to examine and review the current increases in the cost of wind insurance on coastal, commercial, and multifamily properties, the availability of wind insurance for coastal, commercial, and multifamily properties, current programs available to coastal, commercial, and multifamily properties, and other programs not currently utilized by coastal, commercial, and multifamily properties to reduce the burden and risk exposure while ensuring any proposed programs to assist with coastal, commercial, and multifamily properties are sustainable. A, the study commission shall be comprised of the following members. 1, the commissioner of the Alabama Department of Insurance or his or her designee. The state finance director or his or her designee. 3, 1 member of the Senate representing Baldwin County or Mobile County, appointed by the President pro tempore of the Senate. 4, 1 member of the House of Representatives representing Mobile County or Baldwin County, appointed by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. 5, the chair of the Senate Banking and Insurance Committee or his or her designee. 6, the chair of the House Insurance Committee or his or her designee. 7, the chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation General Fund Committee or his or her designee. 8, the chair of the Senate Finance and Taxation Education Committee or his or her designee. 9, the chair of the House Ways and Means General Fund Committee or his or her designee. 10, the chair of the House Ways and Means Education Committee or his or her designee. 11, 1 representative of the Center for Risk and Insurance Research at the University of Alabama. 12, 2 representatives of the property and casualty insurance industry, one of whom shall represent a domestic insurer appointed by the Commissioner of Insurance. B, the appointing authority shall coordinate their appointments to assure the Commission's membership is inclusive and reflects the racial, gender, geographic, urban, rural, and economic diversity of the state. C, the chair of the Senate Banking and Insurance Committee and the chair of the House Insurance Committee shall serve as co-chairs of the commission. The commission shall meet as soon as practical at a time and place set by the chairs. Notice of the meetings of the commission shall be provided in a manner consistent with the rules of the legislature pertaining to interim committees. D, in addition to reviewing the current availability of insurance and programs to coastal, commercial, and multifamily properties, the commission shall do all of the following. 1, compare Alabama's coastal, commercial, multifamily properties, wind coverage, pricing, and coverage in the surrounding southeastern states. 2, perform an in-depth analysis of the fiscal ramifications of coastal, commercial, and multifamily properties not having adequate wind coverage. 3, review alternatives to wind coverage to aid in reduction of risk exposure in the event of future storms. 4, examine the ability of the state to sustain any proposed programs designed to assist coastal, commercial, and multifamily properties in the event of future storms. E, the clerk of the House and the Legislative Services Agency shall provide the necessary staff and support to the commission to perform its duties. F, 1, the legislative members of the commission shall be entitled to their legislative compensation, per diem, and travel expenses for each day they attend a meeting of the commission in accordance with Section 49 of the Constitution of Alabama of 2022. 2, other members of the commission shall serve without compensation but may be reimbursed for necessary expenses in attending meetings of the commission according to the policies and procedures of their respective appointing authorities. G, the commission shall report its findings to the legislature along with any proposed legislation not later than January 1st, 2025, at which time the commission shall stand dissolved and discharged of any future duties and liabilities. H, pursuant to Section 36-14-17.1, Code of Alabama 1975, the commission shall provide to the Secretary of State a notice of all meetings, the name of each member serving on the commission, and a copy of the final report and other documents produced throughout the duration of the commission.
Chair recognizes Representative Gavan of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just have a couple of questions. This is a very lengthy resolution with a whole lot of appointments. But my question is simple. Is this only to those coastal commercial areas? And the reason I'm asking is, and the issues when you all are hit, and especially because you're looking at the issues of wind and water.
Just wind.
Well, still, in some areas, you do have some water damages in some areas. I had an aunt that actually lived in Mississippi, and so, but either way it goes, you all are closer to the water than most. My question to you, however, is this going to also be inclusive of those other areas, and especially those tornado alleys that we have, Hacklesburg, of course, Tuscaloosa, Pratt, because I think if we're going to do a commission, I would love to see a commission that would encompass just storms that are in those areas that have been designated tornado alleys, that every 5 to 10 years, 11 years, we're seeing record storms, F5 tornadoes that literally come through and obliterate those communities, some of which they still have not come back since the storms of 2011. And then, of course, we had the storm that affected Representative Lovern's district shortly thereafter. So why did you all not take into consideration just doing an overall study or having this commission engaged for whether it be a hurricane or what have you, that will encompass a broader scope throughout the state? because I think it's a great idea, but I mean, I just know you all have had some serious hurricanes, but we've seen more serious tornadoes throughout the state of Alabama than we have witnessed the hurricanes, in especially in your area.
Well, I think that's a great question because it has hit the entire state of Alabama. When a hurricane hits, then it fans out across the entire state, but then you also have the tornadoes. But statistically, based on the actuaries, the major input is hit in the coastal areas of Mobile and Baldwin County. So you have much more of an impact, and you have so many more, based on the numbers, you have so many more commercial entities on the coast. So this would be a step one to evaluate the coast and then, what happens on the coast does spread out throughout the state, but statistically not as much. So this is a first effort to evaluate only the wind exposure. You referred to flood. That is rising water. That is a federal program, and this will not be part of that evaluation.
I'm not looking at just the flooding. I'm looking at the overall damage that a storm does, because some areas don't flood. When there's a tornado. Some areas do not flood. I'm looking at the overall damage, because when these storms come, you're looking at damage from a broad range of whether it be wind, air, water, and that's why I threw the water component on there. I beg to differ as it relates to differ with you with your numbers. I don't have those numbers before me, but I would take issue with the empirical data that you alluded to with regards to the amount of damage. I'm talking about just an overall plan, period, whether it be in a commercial district where you've seen some areas that have been just obliterated by tornadoes that have had the impact of been in commercial / communities and what have you. And I don't have an issue. Listen, the sun is going down and it's getting late in the evening. Number one. And this has I've been here 14 years, and I leave here today believing this has been my worst session that I have had down here with this foolery in between these two houses. So I'm not here to get into a debate with you. I'm only just asking why you all did not give consideration. I think it's a good idea. But I would love to see, and this is something, especially I represent the Pratt City community, which has had some of the most devastating storms to come through the state of Alabama over the course of the past 40 years. Much worse than Tuscaloosa, much worse than Hackleburg. I mean, because we've constantly had them within a range of every 10 years, seeing little babies dead up in a tree. And of course, if you're not in those areas like the big Tuscaloosa, where if something happens there, of course, the whole world stops. There's not as much attention put on those areas, but I would have liked to have seen more consideration, and that might be something that someone can propose maybe next year. But I just wanted to know why you all did not give consideration to those areas other than just areas that are hit by hurricanes. And maybe I should have said different types of storms versus hurricanes.
And I think that's an excellent recommendation. I think if we start with the hurricane-prone area, then we can look at the wind devastation and tornadoes as it crosses the state.
Okay, that's code word for in your area.
No,
That's Jones. That's code word for in your area, in that Mobile, Baldwin County area near the Gulf. So I mean, I get it. I don't have a problem with that. I would fight for my area just the same way. But I just, again, wish that you all would have given some consideration. But I appreciate the opportunity. But now, why are there so many people on this commission?
Well, insurance is very complicated and it affects a lot of different industries.
I get it.
So we wanted to make sure everyone was properly represented, from the Mobile Baldwin County delegation to the insurance commission.
Insurance isn't complicated. Insurance is stubborn. It's not complicated. They want you to believe it's complicated. It's not complicated. It's that they are just stubborn in their processes and in their deliberations to the point they make things complex. Again, I told you all starting this session, I'm not coming here to ask anyone for anything. I'm here to simply point out the foolery that goes on that we have to deal with. But they're not, it's just called being stubborn. But
I've done it 45 years, so I guess I've learned.
Oh, yeah. Well, you've been baptized by fire. But again, I just wanted to know, I don't know how many more bills, but I'm going to take my opportunity to come to this microphone because, we don't have a lot of power here. But someone that held two of my bills up, I'm able to today hold up 3 of their bills that were Senate bills that won't get out the House, 5 of them to be exact. So for those of you all government affairs folks that are listening, again, it takes 2 houses to get anything passed and sent over to the governor. And I do know these 5 of these bills from this particular senator that some folks wanted to get out, but they won't be getting out today. So I suggest that you all have some understanding that the House can make a difference as you all move about these hallways and have your little clandestine meetings. Because I know it's 5 that definitely won't get out because I come from an area. If you kill my dog, I'm gonna kill 2 of your cats. This ain't what you want. But at the end of the day, we'll get past it and we'll be ready next year and we'll move forward as we have done in the past. But I just wanted to get the clarity on that particular issue. I appreciate everything you do. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be more than happy to help you on a commission next year.
Question for the body's adoption of the resolution. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. The resolution is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair would like to recognize a former member who's with us today and is current Secretary of State, Wes Allen. Welcome back. The clerk will pull HB 439 from the basket. Chair recognizes Representative Baker of Escambia.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate is amended as therein shown, and as amended is passed the following House bill and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill number 439 relating to public education.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. This bill is the bill that involves the technology coordinators within the schools. The Senate did amend the bill then to give it a title and also just to allow for schools involving be able to access their grant funds. So I move that we concur with the bill.
Question for the body's concurrence with the Senate amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Thank you. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays. The House has concurred with the Senate amendment. Clerk, call HB 157 or SB 157 out of the basket.
Message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has received the accompanying message from Her Excellency the Governor proposing an amendment to Senate Bill number 157 relating to public education employees. Message from the Governor. Ladies and gentlemen, enclosed, please find a message from the Governor returning Senate Bill number 157 without the Governor's signature and with a proposed executive amendment. Respectfully submitted, William G. Parker, Jr., General Counsel.
Chair recognizes Chairman Garrett of Jefferson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the governor's added an executive amendment to Senate Bill 157. This was the Teacher Bill of Rights. And what this did was the original bill provided the reimbursement of reasonable expenses for legal services. This just clarifies under terms and conditions established by the Department of Finance consistent with this act. So it's just clarifying the reimbursement of legal expenses. The Senate has concurred. I recommend the House concur as well.
Chair recognizes Representative Vanna Jefferson.
So you're saying, so they're not striking the language relative to the reimbursements, but they are just clarifying or codifying those?
Just elaborating a little bit more to say it's under terms and conditions established by the Department of Finance consistent with this act.
Okay. Okay.
I guess I'm thinking they're thinking that when we just said reasonable legal expenses, this is just basically saying, okay, we're going to agree kind of under the Department of Finance what reasonable expenses are.
So they will determine what the reasonable expenses are, or with the court?
Under terms and conditions established by the reimbursement, we will reimburse under terms and conditions, and I guess if they don't like that, they could go to court.
No, I'm not. We're saying two different. Are they saying? When I hear anything about legal fees, I want to make sure that I get the clarity on that.
Right.
So are they saying with regards to the legal fees that have already been, the reasonableness sometimes of legal fees are typically determined by the courts if they are at issue?
You're the lawyer, I'm not. When I read this, what this says is this is under terms and conditions established by the reimbursement of reasonable expenses under terms and conditions.
So in other words, they could
reimbursement.
they could reject those fees if they do not.
If they're not submitted in compliance with the terms and conditions established by the Department of Finance.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Again, I recommend we concur.
Question for the body is concurrent with the executive amendment. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays. The House concurs with the governor's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Clerk will call the next bill on the continuing special order calendar.
On page 14 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 60 by Senator Orr relating to the ports.
Chair recognizes Chairman Brown of Mobile County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is Senate Bill 60. What it does, it creates an inland ports fund to be administered by ADECA through their grants programs. We have 25 inland ports in Alabama that represent 14 House districts. Like I said, this creates an inland ports development fund to help with capital improvements and dredging. It runs from 2026 to 2028. With that, Mr. Speaker, call for vote.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call for final passage.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 60. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, 0 nays. SB 60 passes. Clerk, call the next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Special
Thank you,
order.
members.
On page 7 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 199 by Senator Albritton relating to emergency medical transport providers.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Talked with the House sponsor, and this bill will pass the House version, so we'd like to carry this bill over.
Any objections? Hearing none, the bill is carried over. Clerk, call the next bill in the special order.
On page 21 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 226 with substitute by Senator Allen relating to motor vehicles.
Lawrence. Chair recognizes Representative Lawrence. Let's temporarily carry that bill over so he can get his notes together. Can we do that?
Be right back.
let's take that one and let's go to the next bill on the special order calendar. What? That's it? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wait for just a minute for Representative Lawrence to get his notes put together. It's the last day. I can't hear you. The chair would like to recognize Cordova Elementary School from Walker County. They're the guests of Representative Matt Woods. Please stand and be recognized. Welcome. Welcome to the Alabama House of Representatives. The chair would like to welcome back Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Y'all give me a second. Let me catch my breath.
Thank you, Tom.
Where we at? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill, SB 226, is dealing with motor vehicles and vehicles operating with autonomous automatic systems. This bill just would basically create a framework, a regulatory framework of how we operate autonomous vehicles in the state of Alabama. This bill is very much needed to kind of continue to foster the innovation and the economic development that we have here in the state of Alabama when it comes to the manufacturing industry. Just last month, the state of Alabama was recognized as the #1 state in the country in terms of exporting automobiles. So I think that's a great thing. That's a great opportunity for the state of Alabama. And I think to just continue forward with helping the automotive industries here, the automakers here in the state of Alabama, with moving forward with their innovation efforts to try to create some framework so they know what they need to do in terms of if they want to try to create or manufacture these types of vehicles. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes Representative Jackson from Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the recognition. Mr. Lawrence, since you got in your breath, you didn't explain what your bill does. What are innovative vehicles? What are we talking about? driverless vehicles or robotic vehicles?
Some fully autonomous, some just assisted, some with equipment just kind of help with the driving process.
Back up again. You're talking beyond my recollection. Let's say that again.
So this bill will create a framework.
A framework.
Create the rules and the regulations
for driverless vehicles.
For driverless vehicles.
Oh, well, I said use these innovative terms and all this terminology that talk around people that don't understand. So we're gonna have driverless vehicles in Alabama.
Potentially, yes, sir.
And could you, since we started the framework, what corridors will the vehicles be on?
They will be able to operate on the same state highways and interstates as
county roads, just state highways.
Absolutely.
Wow, the future's already here.
It's here. We might as well embrace it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I just want to make sure that the people know that Alabama is innovative enough to do driverless vehicles, but we can't take care of our people, the ones who need it the most. We can't protect and serve them. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sellers of Jefferson.
That Alabama is headed in a good direction for this technology. Other states are already ahead of us in driverless vehicles, not only just your personal vehicles, but also for public transportation. The studies have shown that it decreases the amount of accidents and errors that happen when this takes place. And so kudos as we move forward with advanced technology in our driver vehicles.
Thank you.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. The BIR is adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I would like to move to adopt the sub.
The question for the body's adoption of the Senate sub. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 102 yeas, no nays. The substitute is adopted.
Now I'd like to move for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Question for the body's final passage of SB 226. The clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 yeas, no nays. SB 226 passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Mr. Clerk, let's call House Bill 147 out of the basket, please.
Report of Committee on Conference. We, the Committee of Conferees, appointed to reconcile the differences between the two houses concerning House Bill number 147, have met, considered the matter, and agreed to the attached conference committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, signed Representative Danny Garrett, Representative Barbara Drummond, Representative Joe Lovern, conferees on the part of the House, signed Senator Arthur Orr, Senator Roger Smitherman, Senator Jay Hovey, conferees on the part of the Senate.
Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the conference report on HB 147, which was the appropriation for the advancement and technology funds. The only change we made at conference was in the Senate version of the A&T bill. You recall we're spending $1 billion. they had removed one number, $2 million for professional development. That's always been in the budget. They removed that. In the conference committee, we restored that $2 million to the list. So that's the only change in the conference committee report. So I recommend that we concur with the conference committee.
Okay, you've heard the explanation, and the gentleman wishes to concur with the conference committee. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 147 has been concurred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Body.
Chairman Garrett. Ms. Clerk, let's call HB 144 out of the basket, please.
Report of Committee on Conference. We, the Committee on Conferees, appointed to reconcile the differences between the two houses concerning House Bill number 144, have met, considered the matter, and agreed to the attached conference committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, signed, Representative Danny Garrett, Representative Barbara Drummond, Representative Joe Lover, and conferees on the part of the House. Signed, Senator Arthur Hoare, Senator Roger Smitherman, and Senator Jay Hovey, conferees on the part of the Senate.
Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the supplemental appropriation, the $651 million that was appropriated in the supplemental by the governor. You recall the House made some changes and we removed some items by the governor. We adjusted some items, and then we added a list of our own. The Senate now has, I want to mention what they did before I tell you about the conference report. What the Senate did in the supplemental, number one, they did not reduce any item that we added in the House budget. So anything that the House added in the supplemental, the Senate did not change to that, except we had added $9 million for American Village for some capital programs there. They did reduce that by $3 million to $6 million, and in conversations, we're comfortable with that. They modified the amount that went to community college grants. So what happened as you moved the supplemental money around, we ended up putting money in that community college fund. They initially took that down in the conference report. We're going to restore some of that, but they made a few minor changes there. The one thing that people have asked me about, we had, if you recall, in the supplemental, $7.7 million that was set aside to pre-fund the assistant principals that we're hiring. And if you'll remember, we moved all of that to the budget, but I left $7.7 million in supplemental to reimburse the State Department for those expenses. The Senate actually took that $7.7 million out of the supplemental and have basically squared all that up within the budget. So the point of that is, even though that $7.7 million is not shown in the budget, in the supplemental, that was not in the supplemental that we passed directed to AP. It was to reimburse State Department. That program is fully funded. So that 7.7 gave them some ability to add additional items, what they did. So again, they didn't reduce anything that we added. They did modify some of the governor's amounts, which I'll mention that. The major reduction they did was they took $5 million reduction in the Demopolis Healthcare Sciences School. You'll recall the governor had submitted $30 million. We reduced that to $20 million. The Senate has reduced that to $15 million. In my conversations with Senator Singleton, brief conversation with Representative McCampbell and others, and the governor's staff, that is an amount that everybody's comfortable with. So that is not a controversial item from that standpoint. The Senate did add some items requested by the members, just as we did. I will mention a couple of the major things they added was $2.5 million appropriation for Alabama Institute of the Deaf and Blind, which we think is a good addition there, capital improvements. They also added $650,000 each for the specialty schools. So when you look at the School of Math and Science, the Cyber School, School of Fine Arts, they added $650,000 each of those. And then they made a list, and there's a list being passed around. You can see some of the projects. Most of these were $200,000 or less for some of the projects for their districts and their members. Now, one item that was added was $900,000 for a first grade readiness pilot program. You recall we've passed the bill that basically requires that we have first graders be ready. This is a pilot program to kind of get in front of that to see if we can help prepare students who might otherwise not be ready. So that's in their budget. The other thing that they did that they added was they added $5 million as a contribution to the retiree trust fund. You recall we had set up several years ago a trust fund that had to reach $100 million. Once it reached $100 million, then that retirees would be able to access some of that money for one-time bonuses or just for their benefit. So that's what the Senate did in their bill. In what we did in the conference report for the supplemental is, number one, we removed that $5 million earmark for the retiree trust fund, and I'll explain that in further detail in a minute. But we removed that $5 million retiree trust fund amount, and we added to that $2,050,000 to the community service grants of the ACCS, the community college system, for their grant program, for their capital projects. $1.1 million to the Historical Commission for grants around the state that you can have in your districts for historical items, and also $1.1 million to the Arts Council for arts grants. We also added $750,000 because in the principal mentorship program, where the principals are getting bonuses and the assistant principals are getting bonuses, after we passed the budget and after the Senate as they were dealing with the budget, we realized that career tech directors, career tech principals were not participating in that program, and they should be. So we added $750,000 for that. So just to clarify, we deleted the contribution to that retiree trust fund of $5 million, reallocated that $2 million to the community colleges, $1.1 million to the Historical Commission, $1.1 million to the Arts Council, and $750,000 to make sure that we can pay the bonuses and due to the career tech principals. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the changes, and I recommend that we concur with the conference report.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Daniels.
Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
Question for you. I know we've been having a lot of conversations since last year, and not particularly with you, but I'm sure there are conversations with you as well regarding our retired educators. I was very disappointed to see the movement that have happened from our retired educators as well as our entire state employees, dollars being removed. Can you help me understand?
I think we need to, I want to talk, we're at the end of the session here. It's the last day. Our filter is off, right? So I just want to be very, very candid about this situation. So let's just have a conversation. Let me just tell you what's going on. I'm dealing with the math and with the numbers. What I think the retirees want is a true COLA, a COLA that would say, for example, if I retired 20 years ago and my benefit was $1,000, that today I need $2,000. I think that's what they really want. And what I'm going to go through numbers and just show you how that really is not something we can afford to do. Now, we're trying to address some of their concerns, but let me just give you some facts. And I want y'all to listen up because this is important that we understand the facts. Number one, right today, we contribute to, as a state, $1 billion to the state retirees. $1 billion. That's the money that we give to state retirees. Our state retiree trust fund, RSA trust fund right now, is 67% funded, which means it's 33% underfunded. Now, as a rule of thumb, the closer you are to 50%, when you get 50%, you're pretty much a bankrupt retirement fund. The closer you are to 80%, you're healthy. We're at 67%. We are $14 billion underfunded, which means we have $14 billion more in assets than we have in liabilities. We have 14 more in liabilities than we have in assets. $2 billion of that $14 billion deficit is directly related to COLAs that we passed in the 2000s. So in 2000, we passed a 4% COLA, 2002 a 3% COLA, 2004 a 4% COLA, 2005 a 4% COLA, and 2006 a 7% COLA. So when you pass a COLA and you increase the benefit that's going to be paid in the future for all the years of retirees, you're increasing that liability. So COLAs have the impact of increasing the liability. So number one, we're 67% funded. Every time we give a pay raise, every time we increase the salary matrix, every time we do the TEAMS program, things like that, when we increase the funding, the payment, we're increasing that obligation. So that's why we're hovering. A couple of years ago, we were 69% funded. Now we're 67% funded. Part of that's because we've given raises, which increases liability going forward. Now, let me go back and say this, that 2 years ago, we gave a retiree one-time bonus of $60 million. And that $60 million was allocated $2 per month of service. So I'm going to give you an example. If you had a person who had been a teacher for 25 years, in that $60 billion bonus, they got $600. So the $60 million we gave them, a 25-year teacher got $600. If you look today and say, okay, what would it take if we gave $1 per month of service? Then $1 per month of service for a 25-year teacher would be $30 million, which means they would get $300. Again, we're not addressing that issue that they want, which is my benefit is here, I want it to be here. That deal did that. The $5 million that the Senate did to put in that trust fund was a symbolic gesture to retirees that equated to 17 cents per month of service. And a retiree who had 25 years of service, if we were to pay them $5 million bonus today, that retiree to work 25 years would get $50. Now, I think that's an insult to retirees. I think we can beat on our chest and say that we're putting something for retirees, but we're not addressing their problem, not addressing their issue. So the other thing is that $5 million that was contributed by the Senate, they can't even get to that till that number's $100 million. So there's $95 million more to go. And if that $100 million was reached, and let's just say we decide to pay that $100 million out to everybody, that person would get $1,000 one time, and the fund would be gone.
So are we
So
doing
what I'm
anything
saying,
to build up to that point?
Well,
'Cause it doesn't
but
seem like
if you
we're
build
doing
up,
anything.
okay, so if you build up to $100 million, listen up. If you build up to $100 million, what is that $100 million going to earn? Probably 5%, which is $5 million, which is what we had today, 17 cents, a $50 bonus to a teacher who'd been there 25 years. So my point to all this is to say, we all want to help retirees. We're understanding of that, but we cannot afford a COLA. 1% COLA is $200 million. And so when you're talking about addressing the issue they want to address, even building up to $100 million, if that earns 5%, we're only going to be able to pay a $50 bonus to somebody making. What you need, what we don't have, is a source of revenue to feed that money. Because here's the deal: if you take that $200 million, $300 million out of the Education Trust Fund, if you could do that, you're taking it away from the classrooms today. You're taking it away from what we're trying to accomplish today, putting in that retiree thing. And to me, it's not a meaningful number.
But there are a lot of things that we're funding out of the Education Trust Fund that should not be funded, that could be used as dollars to go toward
but take
building long term.
So you can take, but again, take that $100 million, do it 5 times more, make it $500 million. So they would basically be able to get $250 a year increase. It's not going to earn enough to accomplish what they want to accomplish. What many want to, because when we gave the $600 bonus a couple of years ago, of course they appreciated it, but it wasn't impactful to them. It was a one-time $600 bonus, and that was for one time.
But I understand. I hear you.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of things that we're funding that is I don't see us getting a return on any of the items that we're funding. But these people have put their hard-earned work, they put their health and their life on the line for all these years, and we're not showing an appreciation. I'm just sick and tired of us flirting with them. I'm sick and tired of us flirting with them every year, telling them that we're going to do something for them next year.
Do you think they're going to feel good if we give them 17 cents per month of service?
But I think they'll feel good if we're feeding into the trust fund.
Well,
there's a lot of fat that I see. We put money in the rolling reserve.
And actually, right now, we don't have the ability to even feed that trust fund. That would require some legislation to be able to feed that trust fund because we can't appropriate education dollars.
Let's focus on let's get to the point to where we're moving in that direction, because every one of us in this chamber keeps receiving call after call after call, and every year these folks are being told next year we got you next year. The cost of living for these people is just, you and I are experiencing it.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with your thought and what you're trying to do. What I want to say is practically, when I give you the numbers, it's not going to do what
you are a brilliant mind. We have to stop telling these folks that we're going to help them next year every time we get close to the end, and this happens every time. We have to stop telling them we're going to help them, and then we don't. So let's figure out.
Well, we set up a account and said we have no obligation to fund it, and we have no way to fund it.
There are barriers, as what you're saying. There are barriers to getting funding to that account.
Right, exactly.
So we set up an account to satisfy them for conversation.
Exactly.
But there's no apparatus to move dollars into that account. There's no apparatus to create opportunities for growth in that account. And so we just created an account, just like writing a letter to write a letter.
Yeah.
We cannot keep selling these folks that have spent all this time, that made these commitments. What are we saying to the folks that are currently in our education system? What we're saying to them is, when you retire, we're not going to take care of you.
So tell me what is your solution to this? Because again, what I'm saying is mathematically, I don't know the answer, is what I'm saying.
There are many ways to create funding sources. And I think that we can come up with some type of strategy. Now, if it's legislative, we need to start building into it. Let's do that.
And the gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee.
Yeah.
Chairman Blackshear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Gentleman Gill.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, I guess I wrote down some notes, and it's like, when you boil something on the stove and it gets so high, the top picks up a little bit and it spills over, and you got steam going off everywhere. That's kind of the point I'm at now, so I'm trying to see where you got to take it off and set it on the side eye that's not turned on yet to simmer it back down a little bit. But I want to dig in a little bit deeper on, it's interesting because we're talking about retirees, but we see a lot of kids and youth that are up here in this gallery around us as well, too, that hopefully one day we can find a way to help them go to college so they don't have to pay out of pocket for their education. But you use the word symbolic gesture. Because we set that, correct me if I'm wrong on this, because thank goodness Common Core math wasn't in school when I was in, because to me, 2 plus 2 is always going to equal 4. And when I'm looking at these notes, 2 plus 2 is equaling 3. So I'm not getting into calculate here. So why would why would our other bodies that we work with upstairs put $5 million in something that we know will not benefit anyone at this time? What are your thoughts on, did they give any reasons in the conference of why they would give this $5 million?
I think that a lot of what I believe that they wanted to let retirees know they're not forgotten, that we're thinking about them. Fine. But I don't think this gesture of $5 million, which would get a 25-year retiree theoretically $50, is doing anything. I think it's an insult, to be honest.
Yeah, so the legislation we passed a couple of years ago set the funding mechanism up. And once it $100 million, then we could disperse the funds. But I think the requirement in that was it had to be net new revenue streams coming in, correct?
Yeah, because what happens is, say you get $100 million and say they decided that they wanted to spend 50 million of that. Okay, they spend the 50 million. They can't spend any more till it gets back to 100 million. So,
So you have to find a net revenue.
you'd have to replace that 50 million before you could give any more.
So is it, this is me, just processing, is it safe for me to say you tried to, I guess, throw a little bone, per se, as you would say on the streets, to the retirees, but end of the day, when you voted and people in these bodies voted no on a gaming legislation that was a new piece of funding, that was hurting retirees potentially as well too, because that completely eliminated that new revenue stream source. Would that be safe to say?
The gaming legislation did provide for a potential revenue stream for to fund retiree trust funds.
So it's been 25 years since we let people, our retirees, vote. So every time we tell them no, allowing them to vote, we're telling them no to giving them additional revenue, funds in their pocket. Because we had a source of revenue. This body passed it twice, a new source of revenue. And we think that it frustrates me when we have colleagues that we work with, not in this body, we did our job and I'm very appreciative of it, that think every 4 years when they send us to this house to represent our people and our constituents is the best decision they ever make. But why don't we think they can make a good decision on anything else? That's what I struggle with. And you had an opportunity right now for them to make a decision on if they wanted to fund retirees, if they wanted to fund the retired state workers, if they wanted to fund scholarships, if they wanted additional roads, if they wanted rural health care, if they wanted ambulatory care, and they said no. So don't pour something on my leg and tell me it's rain. Because they're not as ignorant as people think they are. When we ask them to go vote, they're paying attention to what's going on. And I appreciate the hard work you do on this, but until we get past worrying about, I was always taught, be where your feet are. Be the best you can be where your feet are. Don't do what you need to do to be where you want your feet to be. It's time for us, collectively as a team, to quit worrying about what's best for me and start worrying about what's best for the people we serve. And be the best you can be where you are, not trying to get somewhere you want to be. And let's do what's right for Alabama, because we had it closest we've ever been before. We had a chance time and time again. And I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, thank you for your leadership, for guiding this body, doing the tough things that nobody else in this house, in this building, were willing to do. True leaders are when they face adversity head on and say, bring it. And you did that. And I want to tell you, thank you for that. And this body stood behind him and supported us. And one day we're going to get there. And when we do that, the retirees are going to get their money and we're going to get other things funded in this state. So thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, Representative Blackfisher. And I want to be clear. I'm not trying to do anything to be negative toward retirees. I understand I'm sympathetic. I'm trying to be practical to tell you that the solution that was put in this supplemental did not address or anywhere come near addressing the problem. And I think, so what we're doing is we took that money and allocated it where we can use it today. So I want to make clear that I'm not anti-helping retirees, but it's a huge number to help what they want, and we don't have a way right now to do that.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, it's the last day of school. And I'm fortunate this year the Speaker has only gavelled me down one time. That's I knew he just couldn't resist. Just one time, people. But I just want to also stand here and just simply, I listen to you, Representative Garrett, and everybody in here loves you. We appreciate you. We value your leadership.
Well,
and that's right. That's right. We do.
You're very kind. Thank you.
But I am one of the toughest persons in this, and toughest critics of the Republicans, of many of my colleagues, and even of myself. But I am honored to stand here today because I want the people back home to hear what we're saying when we come to this microphone, that the efforts that were put in place, a well-oiled machine from this House led by Speaker Ledbetter, to give us an opportunity to come up with a plan, a defendable plan, that would impact the massive amount of people, almost 6 million people in the state of Alabama. This man, who gets on my nerves most of the time, who I battle with most of the time, but this year who has also stood with me in many instances that you all don't even know about, took the lead to get an education lottery for the state of Alabama for our retirees who would have also benefited had we passed a lottery. This lottery bill has come before this House more than any other piece of legislation in Alabama history. More than any piece. And every time we bring this bill and this House comes up with a plan of action, it is killed in the upper chamber. I understand what you're saying and I respect what you're saying, but every year we come here, we lie to the retirees of the state of Alabama that we're going to come up with a solution by the end of the session and they will see some benefit. We are spending $200 million across the street on a new state capitol. We've just spent $1 billion 2-3 years ago on a prison that still hasn't been built. There are many avenues that we can take in the state of Alabama that we could have allowed for the citizens who have served this state, that our state employees and educators, to reap the benefits of seeing more by way of some type of cost of living raise. I appreciate Representative Blackshear. I appreciate the committee, and I appreciate everyone in here. But we have a story to tell when we go back home. Sitting here, my phone has pinged off so many times. Are we going to get a raise? Did we get a cost of living raise this time? And not only that, are we going to get a lottery? That's pitiful that we are 105 people, and I don't care what nobody says. It's 105 of us to 35 of them, and we can't take back our power in this House. Stop being so dependable on them passing a bill. If you don't get it out this year, you'll get it out next year. They can't kill a bill that you can't allow to pass down here. It takes 2 houses to pass a bill. Right now, there's a senator upstairs that held 2 of my bills. Well, guess what? He has 5 that won't get out. And you mean to tell me we can't make a change, Mr. Speaker, in this chamber when we stick together? This is why it's the House of Representatives. So I simply say to you, there are so many things that we could have done this year to fix this problem. And a reporter just asked me, Wandalyn, give me your thoughts on this session. I said, this is the worst session I have had in 14 years. But not because of this chamber. Not because of this chamber. And lastly, I'm going to take my parting shot. That Juneteenth bill, I want the people to know, because Reem has been getting calls from his people and other representatives who wanted that bill to pass. Well, Senator Roger Smitherman refused to allow that bill out the basket because he wanted to attempt to punish me. How do you, as a black man, not allow a bill that would impact as many black people in this country, not allow it out the basket? That's right. Go on, clap, Drummond. That's ridiculous. So I appreciate you, Mr. Speaker, and everything that you have done this year. I appreciate the team that you have assembled. And guess what? Don't stop. Let's bring that bill back next year. Let's ram it down their throats and let the people know in the state of Alabama that the House of Representatives tried to fix a problem that has not been fixed in all of these years. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And again, I said it earlier, you killed my dog. Guess what? I'm going to kill 2 or 3 of your cats. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Dale, Chairman Klaus.
I got my coffee here. I need a value in a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garrett, I appreciate your explanation there on what the condition of the retirement system is and what took place between '03 and '06 when we passed those 15% COLAs over a 4-year period. And as I've explained before, at that time, of course, the economy was going up. RSA was funded at that point. The unfunded liability was at 101%, which is unprecedented. And really, a retirement fund doesn't really need to be at that high amount. But when the economy fell off the cliff in '09, it fell down into the low 50s at that point. Of course, now we're back up, like you said, up in around 67%.
67, yeah.
But this is a perfect example of why the bill I had that's passed this House and tried to get through the Senate would have helped solve this problem, because it would have put a mechanism in place where each year we would have to have those COLAs funded within the budgets, or either we could suspend them. So if we'd have had that in place back between '09 and '16, the retirement systems wouldn't be in the shape they are today.
Right.
So
Yes, sir.
I'm going to
Yes,
keep trying to get that bill passed.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Madison, Representative Hall. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the chair yield?
Yes.
I was on that committee with you, and I like you, we support the retirees. But I think what I'm hearing my colleagues say, we're tired of all the gamemanship using the retirees. The cost of everything is going up, and it's time that we seriously sit down and do what we need to do for those who have already paid the price in the classroom and in all of our state agencies. And I think that's what everybody's trying to say. I don't think that they're trying to attack you, because I know your heart, because I've heard, I was there, so you know what I said.
I can add and subtract is all I can do.
Yeah, but I think what they're all saying is time for us to add to the retirees. But I stood here also because in this ETF budget, there was another crisis that was affecting children throughout the entire state of Alabama. And we found money for the EBT program for the state of Alabama. So I'm standing here. I've gotten a lot of phone calls from retirees. I've gotten a lot of phone calls from poor people that are in the state of Alabama who did not know how they were going to eat for the summer. It won't be this summer, but it will be next summer. So I think all of our colleagues ought to be proud that we put $10 million in this budget, the ETF budget, for the summer EBT program, which will mean countless number of our children will have meals this summer.
Right.
You never think of that in the United States of America and in the state of Alabama that we would have that. But we are now going to be feeding those children. And I join my colleagues in saying we've got to sit down and seriously need to do what we need to do to find money for the retirees. We can't keep kicking the ball down the road.
Yeah.
They deserve that.
Right.
So I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Reverend Moore.
Yeah, now remember, this is a supplemental appropriation budget, so we'll do the ETF next.
Oh, we'll do the ETF next.
Yeah.
And then if we just hold it instead of doing it next, and just hold on to it, and then tell the Senate that funding we need to help our retirees is included in that bill, that lottery bill that we sent back up there. and maybe we could put some pressure on them. But I thank you for your efforts and let you know that it's not an attack on you, but this House bows down to the Senate too often. We do it. I've been here over 20 years, and we've always done it. We bow down to them, and every time we bow down and let the Senate have its way, we hurt so many citizens in the state of Alabama. And when you're talking about our educators, every one of us went before some educator at some point in time that motivated us to be where we are today. So we have the opportunity, because they could do what they need to do with their lottery bill today. And all they need to do, and if they're up there listening, go ahead and take care of it today. And you know, if I was in charge, I'd be sitting on that ETL. I have a pill on it, sitting on it, and see what they would do, you know, because we yield to them too many times. And the other issue that I came up here for is that readiness program that you talked about, and us putting monies there for. What would that entail? Because I know in most cases where our children won't be ready for the first grade because they're living in districts that don't necessarily have K4 and K5 classes, because that's what's really needed in those areas. So those monies that you put there for first grade readiness, would that entail them adding K4 and K5 classes?
Well, I think
in
this
those
is a
areas?
pilot program to address that issue, the fact that where you don't have those, this is not to expand K4 or 5 necessarily, but it's to look at what we need to do in those areas where we have that problem. Well, that's
It's
really
K4 and K5 classes.
So it's a pilot program. I don't know all the specifics. It was
Yeah.
added by members upstairs, but I understand what they're trying to accomplish, and I think it's a good idea.
Well, I don't understand it, because what they need is stable K4, K5
Well,
classes.
and you know, we fully funded the K5, the pre-K. Well, you're talking not pre-K, you're talking about K5. You're talking,
Yeah. See, because all communities don't have K4, K5. That's why last year the governor added from her budget additional funds for those school districts that was worst off, that didn't have any. She got a start on that, I think, by doing 35 additional classes across the states in those places, because that's what we put in place, even though it's not mandatory, but that's where we get them ready for first grade. And I think we passed the bill that said, well, if they weren't ready for first grade, then they'll go back to K5. But if you don't have a K5, you know, then I guess that's where these pilot programs go. But we'd have to put monies in these pilot programs every year, rather than looking at those school districts that don't have K4, K5, and at least start putting a K5, make sure that all of our districts got at least K5 in their districts. And I think rather than trying to fund a pilot program every year, we'll be set, because we'll have that to help them out.
Well, I think we're focused on that issue. And I think, you know, we've also talked about the addressing the way we fund education, the foundation program, the way we do that. We pass a resolution, the Senate and the House, a joint resolution and separate resolutions, and we'll begin working on that effort immediately. In fact, we're going to have our first meeting, I think, May the 21st, to just kind of get an overview. But I think the issue you're talking about is part of that overall effort as well. I think we're
to make sure that all of our districts have at least their full complement, because you know, with those K4 and K5, the district has to put so much money in there also. And that's why those poor districts that the governor helped out last year were able to start getting K4, K5, because they just don't have the money. You know, and I guess that's incumbent upon the legislature and economic development that all of our counties have some type of major economic development, instead of us continue to talk about rural counties and poor counties. In this day and age, you know, we can't continue just to send all of the recruiting of business to certain counties and let those counties still be on the sideline, and we continue to refer to them as rural. And at one point, that was where you had most of your farmers. But we don't have all of our rural counties being dedicated to farming anymore. So they don't have the tax base to meet their educational requirement of being able to have the K-4 and the K-5. So I hope at the forefront of when you're looking at reforming how we do education, that's one thing, because that beginning helps us. When you look at most developed countries, they start working on their children at 2, 3 years of age. And I know the president has talked about putting fundings in states across the country for 3-year-old classes, because that's when they're 2 and 3, they're sponges. And that's when we could do our greatest work to get them to prepare to be lifelong learners, and I hope we would do that. So I'm not going to take up all the time, but I just think, and I agree with Mr. Blackshear, I believe right now, if we stand in unison and demand that the Senate pass that lottery bill that we sent up there, and we hold off on everything else that has to come from the Senate, I think we get some results. But when we have calendars that's all Senate bill, regardless of how many of our bills they passed, but if they don't pass what's important to the citizens of the state of Alabama, every year I get calls. Do you think they're going to pass a lottery? I say no. You think they're going to pass a lottery? No. Every year the House bends over backwards. Our committees that are appointed, we do our due diligence to make sure we put into a lottery bill that would benefit all of our citizens and give them the opportunity to vote. But then it gets up into the Senate and everything changes, because we got a lot of gods sitting up there that really don't care about the citizens of Alabama. They care more about themselves and their individual egos. But I think we have to be in unison, strong in the House of Representatives, and demand that they go ahead and pass that bill for once, and they could do it today. I truly believe they can. And we will reciprocate when they send it back. If it has to come back to us, we'll do what we have to do and send it right on over to the governor. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here, thanks, ladies. You recognize the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to, as I sat there and listened to Chairman Garrett explain away, see, this is a missed opportunity. You don't have a second chance to make a first good impression. Our mission here is to help those who need the most. And we find ourselves helping those that help us rather than helping the needy. And there's a passage in the scriptures that calls our attention to this. See, we're not here to serve mankind. We're here to serve the master. And by us serving him, we give reverence to the people that elected us. We're their spokesman. We're their voice. We're ambassadors for Christ in this house. So there's a missed opportunity, but a missed priorities. So we can find monies for everything that we want to find monies for, except for the things that need the most. Our educators, our retired educators, some give them 43, 44 years of service to this state. And every year we get to this point. Well, next year. A lot of them have deceased waiting for next year. Next year never comes. Missed priority. See, we have an opportunity here today to do what's right, not what's popular, to do what's right. You know, it's hard to find people that want to do what's right. We want to go along to get along. Now, I heard some of the things that was put in that supplementary budget. We gave a lot of tax breaks to a lot of people that came in as to be tax exempt. That's coming out of the education budget. That was a no for many years. That's giving money away that could be going to the people that need it the most. So I wasn't intending to be here preaching today, but I can't help myself. When it's a call to do what is right, and people just miss that opportunity to do what's right. I'm going back to the scripture, Matthew 25. You know, that was an opportunity where the people had a chance to help the poor, the sick, the hunger, those that was naked, those that was homeless. And Jesus questioned them on that. And these are the people that we are dealing with every day in this chamber. On Sunday, you're the best Christian, but through the week, you're whoever you want to be. He said, when I was hungry, you didn't feed me. When I was thirsty, you brought me no water. When I was sick, you didn't come to visit. I was in prison, you didn't come to see me. Naked, you didn't clothe me. And they asked the question, Lord, when were you naked and hungry and sick and in prison and needed water? He said, as much as you didn't do it for the least. You know, it's 300 plus million people in this, 1,000 people in this state that need health care. But see, miss priorities because we don't want to help those that need it the most. See, we always think it's a gimmick. It's a game people running. It's a game they're playing. See, we never been in a situation where we was in need of anything. We always had what we wanted and always get what we needed. But there are many people in this state are depending on us to do what's right toward them. And your heart is in the right place. I've been knowing you since you've been here. But we can't just get caught up and consumed by a party and try to satisfy those that surround themselves around us. Because we got to stand before the Lord one day and give an account of everything that we've done here, these years that we've served. If we hadn't been to prove him, then we're going to be cast out because we hadn't done the deed that he has called us to do. See, we don't think about that. I had one of my good colleagues tell me, he said, last week, when he said, you know, when you came back, we were so proud to have you back. He said, and you know you be right most of the time when you go to that microphone. He said, I teach Sunday school. I said, well, you ought to be standing with me. When it comes to truth, all of us ought to stand on truth. You can't compromise truth. I appreciate the monies that you set aside for the historical parks and places that we need to honor. But historically, our retirees are history makers. They need it. And I appreciate what you've done. But when it comes down to the narrow, as one says, to the bottom line, who needed the most get the least. And that's how we operate in this chamber. We give those that don't need it what they want. And the people that need it, they can't even get what they need. But we're saying we are ambassadors. We'll show up Sunday to say that, I love the Lord. But the Lord said, how you can't love me and do things that hurt people. I want to commend Representative Blackshear on his effort. Mr. Speaker, you did something that has not been done in this chamber. I've been here 28 years. You did something that you led. You led from beginning, not from the rear when it came to the gaming. You led, and I appreciate that. The people, this is the new revenues that we could bring into this state. We always talk about how poor, but this is new continually. But we'd rather take our monies. Let me tell you, I live about 90 miles from the Florida line. Every Tuesday, there's a mule going through Escambia County going buying lottery tickets. And they telling me, say, well, since y'all won't pass a lottery bill, we're going to support the children in Florida. They'll spend $200 or $300 a week sending monies down to Florida. Georgia on the same side, Tennessee on the northern corner. So We are hypocrites. That's what we are. And I believe the Lord called them that in Matthew 23. Woe to you, scribes, Pharisees, hypocrites. You say one thing and you do something different. This is Sunny Day. And somebody want a special session to come back. We keep wasting monies coming in here doing nothing to help those that need help the most. Billions of dollars for prison. We got new school systems that we're gonna fund. Charter schools. See, all this is misplaced priorities. When we need to just fund our public schools, help our educators, those seniors who have given themselves to that's why we got an education system, because they dedicated, they weren't getting paid. And so it is at this time we come. I couldn't hold my peace. Mr. Jones told me, Simon said, you got to maintain, but I do want to maintain. But I want to stand before the Lord one day and He will say, well done. That's the bottom line. That's all. That's what I'm here for Him to say, well done. Not for them folks out there. Not for the pastor. He got to stand before the same God you've got to stand before. See, the marriage of the church and state is reuniting. And we got to learn which side that we're going to be on. Either we're going to be on the Lord's side or we're going to be against Him. So we can't compromise principles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had to let it out. Stand on what's factful. Stand on what's truthful, because the only thing they're going to please God is how we're going to do here. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Representative Easterbrook. He gets to the mic. Let me recognize Dennis Halsey, who's with us here today. He is the husband of our own Lee Halsey. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
When you say 67% funded, are we talking about the unfunded liability where they project with the actuary tables?
I can't have a hard time hearing you.
You said we're only 67% funded. Is that from taking the actuary tables?
Yes.
How long the people will live?
Right.
Assuming an investment return and making the calculations. What is the percentage return on the calculation?
So the guarantee, the return, I said we pay $1 billion, and I believe that number today is 7.45% is what their return, assumed rate of return is. So if they earn more than that, their years they earn more than that, their years when they lose money. But over a period of time, over a 30-year period of time, I believe that number is 7.45% is the assumed rate of return. So you might think, well, if interest rates go down, that helps. It doesn't, because we have to make that, you understand that.
Yep.
Actuary science is intuitive. It's very complicated, and I think you understand that. Appreciate that.
And the RSA has done a very good job with the investments. The returns there are good and they're solid. It's not risky stuff. So, say congratulations to them for what they've done. But when you go back to the retirements and the COLAs for the employees, we've promised this for years, and we have a solution. It was the bill that we passed, and they're sitting on up there in the Senate. I'm thankful for what you've done. You've done a good job. I know it. So I come from the finance side and the accounting side. I know what you've done. But we have a lot of money that are a good bit of money that, in my opinion, we could move to something like, because we've promised them year after year. But the key ticket to it has, and is the gambling bill or the lottery, the gambling and the lottery. And we have talked about this and kicked this can down the road for years and years and years. And this body, and thankful to the Speaker and people like you, have pushed it through this year. I think it's time we fix this problem. I would like to see this bill carried over, let the governor call a special session and make us fix this problem. So I don't know that she would, but we're required to pass this budget. I would postpone it. It's time to fix the problem. So I thank you for what you've done.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With gentleman here,
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I just want to rise in reference because as you was talking about the issue, I too am a man of numbers, being an engineer, so we kind of get into the things and always trying to come up with proper solution. And the issue that I guess when you was talking about the issue of how we address retirees, and I'm in that bunch, but the question is not so much about me being in the bunch, but it's what we're going to do for our future. We're already talking about how hard it is to recruit teachers and how to get them into the profession. And when I first came into the marketplace, one of the things, it was not so much people bragged about, but the money companies bragged about, but what were the fringe benefits that they offer you? Stock ownership, retirement plans, vacations, the type of things like that. Were none which we can, if we were in a corporate setting, we can't compete in that manner for teachers. And one of the things that I always just say, well, we got a great retirement program for a teacher, but when you listen at it right now, it's really not that great, even though, we saying some folks get some money, stuff like that, but because like you said, the cost of living is having a dramatic impact on people. Now, Social Security does give some cost of living adjustments, but when you look at the adjustments that they have to have for like increased medical expenditure, you can say, okay, you reach a certain age, we go Medicare Advantage, but then the plan that changes, you're still paying way more money out your pocket and everything. So it's an issue that we got to find out and be true to have a solution to our people and everything. Because while we tell, we'll come back probably, as typically been in the past, we'll come up with a bonus check to give retirees during election year, but that's not good enough. You know what I'm saying? That's not sufficient. And here's a body. Now, one is something that's clear from your discussions and what's happening. I will applaud the speaker for his leadership and Chairman Whitt and Blackshear, Representative Blackshear, for the work that they did in helping us get in a game of the bill, because this was a way to bring in additional revenues that we need to help the state meet obligations. It was an opportunity to create ways to have regulations over some of the things that are taking place already in our state and to be able to move our state forward. And we got many people. I had my 94-year-old father tease me about it. He said, see that, y'all ain't passed the lottery bill yet down there, have you, and everything. And it's one of those things, and people say, well, Curtis, you have a different appreciation or a different point about it. And that's something, as I said earlier, my father's, we were farmers, cotton farmers, 300 and 400 acres of cotton, a year. And Daddy always said, we the biggest gamblers in the business. We don't put a seed in the ground, we ain't got any chance of anything. So we have to, you always take a chance. But I just wanted to know, from this standpoint, what can we do further and let the people know we do have a need. The gaming bill was a solution to help meet the retirees, but we just need to be honest about it, because again, the whole issue, the retirement system, and I know we're following their lead, but a few years ago, they went to basically a 40-year retirement plan. They went, you couldn't receive any retirement benefits till you reach age 62. And they found out, so if you was a 22-year-old teacher, you had to work 40 years. Complete burnout. Nobody was going to stay in the classroom that long. And then they saw, well, we need to go back and make an adjustment because we are not getting the people coming into the education profession. And with the salary that we're providing, with the retirement and stuff like this, how can I use that to say to a teacher, that you need to come into this profession, to a young person who has great math skills like you, because we need some good math teachers, stuff like that. How do we convince them that to give up other careers and other professions to go into a profession that don't even pay you pay you well, and then it does not even take care of you once you retire and everything from insurance and the benefits and stuff. It's not that great, even though we, folks want folks to believe it is, we have done okay with a system, but to me, it is not as well. We don't offer, where our employees have a 401k program to assist them to do some of the systems. We need to find out ways, because when they get to this end of the year, 30 years of working, here we got somebody out here who's used their money and supplies and stuff like that, have avoided going to the doctors and doing the things they need to do to get to that profession, and then at the end of the day, here where they stand. And I just think it's to me, there's two things I always said: to their own self be true, and then recognize how important leadership is. That the Army ROTC stands with me, and my background is that it's not an art, but the ability to gain the confidence of your people by providing for their well-being. How do we provide for the well-being of Alabama? Because if we cannot provide teachers, everything else is in vain. If we can't provide teachers, everything else that we're talking about, bringing industry and bringing manufacturers, providing workforces, providing healthcare workers, everything else is in vain if we do not have teachers to provide what our students need, education background to be able to do that. And we need to have folks, and I don't want the only joy that a teacher has is a student telling them about what difference they make. I know how important that is, but we need to make sure that they can go out and smile and they feel good enough about it, that hey, I want to go volunteer in the school, I want to go help and everything like that. But the other thing is that we have to realize too, when retirees, as they said, election
And our time is
around,
up.
I want to cater to them. Thank you for speaking.
Thanks, the gentleman. So the question for the body is concurrence of HB 144. Clerk, unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk, lock machine. Record the votes. 98 ayes, 1 nay. HB 144 has been concurred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we stand in recess to the call of the chair.
So the motion is to stand in recess to the call of the chair. And as you know, last year, it's the same thing this year. We got a lot of moving parts, worked on a lot of different things. Some of them's your bills that we're working on in the Senate with the Senate. So we're going to recess the call of the chair. What I would request is that you stay close by. If you got to get a snack or send somebody out for something to eat, that's fine. But just don't go far away, because we're going to have you back in the chamber when we come back. So, all in favor of the recess, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are in recess.